10 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your cooperation at this time. Due to an emergency situation, we have been asked to shelter in place. Please remain in your seats and follow the instructions of the ushers. We apologize for the interruption of today's program and hope that it can be resumed shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your cooperation at this time. Due to an emergency situation, we have been asked to shelter in place. Please remain in your seats and follow the instructions of the ushers. We apologize for the interruption of today's program and hope that it can be resumed. Please locate the exit.
Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. How do we sound? Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. How do we sound? How does it look? This way? Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
The most beautiful sound I ever heard.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
on the horizon every time you are not around. Slowly drifting away. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Slowly drifting. And it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the wave. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Slowly drifting. My face above the water. My feet can't touch the ground, and it feels like I can see the sands on the horizon every time you are not around. Slowly drifting away. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Slowly drifting. And it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Slowly drifting. I wish I could make it easy.
Check 2 and 2.
Easy to love me, love me. Still I reach, find a way. I'm stuck here in between. I'm looking for the right words to say. I'm slowly drifting, drifting away. Wave after wave, wave after wave. Slowly drifting, and it feels like I'm drowning, pulling against the stream, pulling against the. feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be
Dr. Gabe Ehrlich is the director of U of M's Research Seminar in Quantitative Economics. Ehrlich oversees forecasts of the U.S. and Michigan economies, and he presents regularly to the Michigan legislature and the governor about Michigan's economic and fiscal prospects. Gabe received his PhD in economics from the University of Michigan. Our moderator today is a familiar face to all and annually moderates this DEC meeting. Daniel Howes is senior editor and business columnist at the Detroit News. Daniel holds a bachelor's degree in history from the College of Worcester in Ohio and a master's in international affairs from Columbia University. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Detroit Economic Club welcome for our roundtable. This past November and December, many of you participated in the 14th annual Michigan Economic Outlook Survey. This survey was authored by David Baker from the Baker Strategy Group in partnership with the CFI Group. Here to unveil the survey results, please welcome David Baker.
We are pleased to present the results of the 14th Annual Michigan Economic Outlook Survey. Our expert panel today will offer insight into Michigan's economy and where it may be headed in 2026. My role is simpler: present what we heard from across the state. This survey can be a complement to the robust and widely respected reporting from Research Seminar in Quantitative Economics from the University of Michigan, and represented here today in our panel. Thanks go to Steve Gregorian and the Detroit Economic Club for their ongoing support over the course of this program. Thanks also to Diane Keller, Sherry Petrus, David Ham, Don Hart, Jimmy Chow, and Brad Smith. The survey focuses on one primary goal: make Michigan a great place to grow a business. The survey always opens 1 week after Election Day with respondents coming from organizations across Michigan. For the measurement, we used a proven methodology developed by the Ann Arbor-based consulting firm CFI Group, co-founder of the American Customer Satisfaction Index. Questions are asked on a 1 to 10 scale, then translated to a 0 to 100 to generate a score. Generally, you want scores to be in the high 70s, low 80s. Think of it like a temperature. Okay, with that, let's turn to the results. This is a tracking survey asking respondents about their organization's economic outlook for the next 6 months, 12 months, and 3 years. A year ago, from 24 to 25, we saw the 6-month outlook up slightly, but the 12-month and 3-year dipped, demonstrating a little uncertainty in what we'll call the midterm or medium term. In 2026, all three measures improved. The 6-month outlook rose to 69, the 12-month to 72, and the 3-year jumped 3 points to 75, signaling a modest but clear return to medium-term optimism. In addition to the organizational outlook measures, we also asked a few individual perspective questions using what's called a neutral midpoint bipolar Likert scale, or a 5-point scale. Looking back at 2025, 43% viewed Michigan's economy positively versus 30% negatively. And looking ahead to 2026, that improves to 48% positive and 27% negative. As for the expected impact of the president's policies, respondents are split but lean a little negative, with 35% positive and 55% negative. And notice how animated our respondents are to this question. Only 10% are neutral, with almost half, 45%, at the extremes. Finally, let's look at 5 tracking measures we have found to be helpful to watch over the years. Michigan, as a great state for raising a family, jumped 4 points, up from 71 to 75. A great state for professionals is up 2 points. On the right track and has a strong, vibrant economy are both up a point. Michigan, as a business-friendly, though, edged down just a couple of points to 62. Now, why might respondents see improvement in most areas but feel confident about business friendliness? Well, That's a great question for our panelists. Now, someone might be asking, can today's panel really provide valuable insight in 2026? Well, obviously, yes. But I decided to ask that question to a few AI large language models, and here's what they said. ChatGPT says, today's panel is a top-tier benchmark quality panel, highly relevant to 2026 planning. Gemini adds that they're exceptionally well-balanced, guided by a veteran journalist with deep automotive expertise. Grok notes that they're a strong, balanced mix of expertise directly tied to Michigan's economic landscape. And Claude gushes that they're well-suited to provide substantive analysis of Michigan's 2026 economic outlook. Let's go. So, without further ado, here's our top-tier panel and our veteran moderator. Thank you.
Proving that AI is intelligent or not. You're new to this panel, so what's your reaction to the survey results?
I was a little surprised by them, honestly, the optimism. We've seen Michigan decline in certain areas, education, per capita income, and I was a little shocked by the optimism of the points going up from last year.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, and when you counterpose that to the attitudes towards Trump economic policies, where it was 55%, 45, that's a 10% delta is not insignificant.
Yeah,
and I think it really suggests something.
I question too, I feel like in Metro Detroit, we kind of live in a bubble. There's a little bubble, especially over Oakland County. So maybe that optimism is, I don't know where the surveys went into the different areas of Michigan, but I questioned if maybe some of those surveys came out of the bubble.
What's your reaction, Gabe?
Yeah, one thing that did resonate with me in the survey results was people are more optimistic about the longer term in the short run. Mm-hmm. And that's consistent with our forecast for Michigan's economy. So, we do expect, if you look on the calendar year, Michigan to hit a little bit of a growth pause this year in terms of the labor market, about flat in terms of payroll employment, but picking up in the back half of the year and into 2027. So I thought that was consistent with the survey results.
Quentin, you look at you're talking to prospective employers all the time, and how do you square what you're hearing from them to the survey results and what you're seeing on the ground?
I think Mary and Gabe both hit on important topics. I think one, sentiment kind of lags in some cases, but can also be a forward indicator of what people think is going to happen down the pike. I talk to people all the time who say, hey, look, we are still right now working on orders or POs that are going to hit in 2027 or 2028. So if you've already booked that revenue or you anticipate book that revenue and you've figured out a way how to manage the profitability of that revenue, you're going to feel pretty good. The second thing is, I think this is what makes Michigan and America great. There is always an internal optimism that burns. Mm-hmm. I think people, especially businessmen and businesswomen, want to believe the best. Why else would you take the risk?
Right.
So I think there's a little bit of that. And I think that the last thing of it is, I think Mary hit on this, timing, right? It's after the election. It's you're maybe thinking about Thanksgiving and you're excited about your family. There's so many exogenous factors. But I think the biggest thing that, from a government perspective, from an MEDC perspective, and that's why we do our own surveys, we just have to listen to the business community. We have to do that intentionally and be willing to hear sometimes unpleasant truths.
And what are they saying to you right now?
I think it all depends on your sector, but I think the three big picture messages are lack of predictability is problematic. Is that a lot of times you're going to make a decision, a major capital decision,
right,
regardless of the company's size. If you're going to invest something like 10 to 15% of your cash flow into a particular service line or hiring people, and then the policy wind changes, that's problematic. The second thing is, and one of the reasons I'm wearing the hats of our Michigan's 4 R1 universities is people are still very optimistic about the talent here in Michigan. People still believe in Michiganders. And I think the last point is you're seeing companies that are focused on the customer experience still thrive. So I think that those companies, regardless of the industry, will always be able to manage the uncertainty.
Mary, you're in the trenches.
Yeah.
Tell us kind of your view of where business is right now based on your interaction with competitors and
So it's really interesting because you talked, Quentin, about what industry you're in, what segment you're in, and you have a different viewpoint. So as you know, I'm automotive, almost 100% automotive, and I sit on the board for MEMA, the Motor Equipment Manufacturers Association, for those of you that don't know. And we regularly send out these kind of surveys to our membership just to gauge on where things are happening, how policy is impacting us, how different things in the industry, BEV to ICE, all of these different changes take place. And you see sentiment bounce around quite a bit based on kind of the flavor of the day, what's happening. Right now, there's so much uncertainty, and that's the key word. Businesses don't like uncertainty, and it's a very difficult environment to plan for the future, to invest in the future, to make those CapEx decisions when you have so much uncertainty.
what would be the top 3 uncertainties?
I would say right now, policy obviously is the top. The regulatory changes that are happening at such a fast pace that you literally can't keep up with them. Tariffs, point in case. USMCA that's coming up. The uncertainty around, we've got so much disruption in the industry, going automotive specific, from ICE to BEV, back to ICE. There's so much capital investment that's already been made. How are we going to use that capital? How are we going to recover that capital?
Can you recover it?
Right, in some cases.
Some of it's
you
sunk
see
capital,
weakness.
right?
Absolutely. You see a lot of weaknesses in the industry because of that. I think General Motors just came out, and I'm going to get the numbers all wrong, but it was billions of dollars.
6 or 7 was the latest.
There you go. And that is going to have to be repaid to tier 1s, tier 2s that have made those capital investments. So it's all this uncertainty between policy, between the industry itself, and a lot, I think, having to do, too, with the way that AI and software-defined vehicles is starting to.
Well, and the only thing that seems to be certain is more uncertainty. Now you have the administration essentially declaring war on the Federal Reserve Chairman. And, I think a lot of people thought that was a bridge too far, and now we're at that bridge. And we don't exactly know where it's going to lead, but Jerome Powell is not going to sit down and take it, I don't think. I'm interested in if you could kind of set the numbers for us. I think having a conversation like this is always good to look at what the numbers tell us about where Michigan's economy is, its income per capita, educational attainment, some of the key metrics.
Sure. Yeah, so, let me just start with the current data. There are 2 ways of measuring employment in Michigan. There's actually more than 2, but we focus on 2. And they're telling totally different stories. And that's part of what makes everything a puzzle, as we head into 2026. There's what we call resident employment or household employment. That's the count of employed Michigan residents. That includes the self-employed. That has been falling. It's down about 30,000 over the past 12 months through November. And then there's what we call payroll or wage and salary employment. That's the number of jobs in Michigan where people are working for a paycheck, so no self-employment. That has been rising. It's up about 40,000. So if you were to take the average, which would be, one simple way to just try to get a read, that would say, we have slow but positive growth right now in Michigan. I'm actually a little skeptical of those payroll numbers for some statistical reasons I won't get into, but so, I would take the slight under on that. But so we have a very puzzling story about Michigan's labor market right now. So that's, I think, the backdrop to coming in to the year. As I said, we do expect to hit a little bit of a soft patch this year in terms of job growth. But picking up as we get into the back half of the year, part of that is, Mary talked about the uncertainty. It really makes people, shy to pull the trigger on major investments. We're hoping to get a little bit more clarity and certainty as we move through 2026. Daniel, you also mentioned, income, and we actually did a big deep dive into Michigan's wages this past November at our Economic Outlook Conference. And I think people don't appreciate in Michigan that Michigan really has fallen behind the United States in terms of average wages.
Right.
I read somewhere it was 87 cents per every dollar. Is that
Right, so that's,
right?
that's in the ballpark of the way that we sliced up the data, and you can measure it. That's exactly right. You know, when you look back to 1990, average wages in Michigan were about 10% higher than the U.S. average, and we're adjusting for the cost of living. So, you know, Mary said, well, 87 cents. Something that we'll get when we tell people about this is, well, but the cost of living is lower in Michigan, and that is true. The cost of living is lower in Michigan than nationally, but it does not make up the gap. So in our calculations, when you adjust for the cost of living being a little bit lower here in Michigan, we're still about 4% below the U.S. average. And that's, again, starting from 10% higher in 1990. So that's obviously a concerning trend. That's a longer-term trend. You know, that didn't just happen last year. It's not just a this year's story, but it is something to keep our eyes on.
Do you have a sense as to where we would rank among the 50 states? I mean, I think that's always, you know, when you fall below Mississippi, you got problems.
Yeah, I don't have the exact ranking off the top of my head.
Sorry, Quentin.
I'm not from Mississippi.
I know.
Man.
Louisiana, Mississippi, what's the difference?
Somewhere in the South.
But anyway, I'll get to that later. Go ahead, Doc.
Sure. No, well, I'll just say we were sixth in 1990. You know, we're now substantially below the U.S. average. You know, I can talk about some of the sources just very briefly. You know, when you go back to 1990, our wage advantage, it came from blue-collar industries, from manufacturing, from production industries. That has really eroded. About two-thirds, more than two-thirds of that wage advantage relative to the nation has now eroded. And at the same time, a big wage gap has opened up in Michigan. If you look at, you know, high education, highly paid, you know, white-collar industries, we now have about $11,000 wage gap on average with the United States. So, you know, it's kind of two sources of the decline, and it is something that we need to think hard about. How will we reverse going forward?
Do you know whether Michigan is singular in this decline, or this is something that is shared with some other states? And if so, what states are they?
Yeah, you know, I don't like to pick on. Here's what I would
Well,
say.
I think we want to bring a little reality to the conversation.
Let me put it this way. I think that Michigan stands out in two ways. You know, Michigan really was. We were a top 10 state. We were, and if you know, I live in Ann Arbor. You know, obviously we're in Detroit now. If you think about 100 years ago, you know, in many ways, Michigan was truly the most prosperous place on earth. You know, I've seen estimates that Ann Arbor was truly the richest city on earth in the 1920s. And obviously we're not there now. So I think in that sense, you know, we are singular.
My husband and I, actually, this is crazy timing. My husband and I had a conversation this past weekend at breakfast about where we were ranked and where we are now. And to answer that question, you know, of course, ChatGPT in my back pocket.
There you go.
We ChatGPT'd, and we saw that Michigan is now ranked 40th. That was what popped up. Now, whether you take it with a grain of salt.
Per capita income? Or?
Per capita income, 40th. And 20 years ago, 1999, I think we were ranked 16th. So that decline has happened over the last couple of decades.
So I'd throw this to the group. Do you think people appreciate, they understand this? Like my colleague Nolan Finley wrote a column I thought was a very powerful column about 3 or 4 weeks ago on this very issue, and basically making the argument that this is what's happening with it. I think he used your numbers. This is what's happening. People don't really realize that this should be kind of a break the glass moment economically.
Well, I mean, I think that people do realize it, but the levers that affect it are so complex.
Yeah.
And, you know, you talked about Mississippi or other southern states. The one thing I'll tell you about, as a Southerner, as a proud Southerner, I'm a native Floridian. If you know Northeast Florida, that is the South, Jacksonville. Floridians and Southerners have a hunger to defy the expectation. And I think that they play, whether it's their football or their politics or their economic development policy, with an edge. And I think it's hard when you've had so many years, and despite the challenges, trust and believe, there are states that would die to have Michigan's economy.
Right.
They would die to have our supply chain. They would die to have our automotive industry, our life science industry, our aerospace and defense sector. So it's hard to keep that edge. And, you know, you see it in sports all the time. It's hard to repeat. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that we have to grapple with as a state. The second thing I will say is I do think that you can be self-critical. You need to be relentlessly objective. But sometimes we in Michigan get into self-loathing. And what you begin to tell yourself becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I always tell people, try to Texas tax. If you've ever been on a plane, I say it all the time, to someone that's a native Texan or someone that moved to Texas, no matter whether they are fainting because of the heat or there's a snowstorm that's knocked out the power, they still believe in the power of Texas. And that power of the idea of a place, that's what's made America great. It's still the shining city on the hill, why people are dying to try to get here. And I think we have to incorporate that. And I think the final thing is our number one asset are still our people. And we've got some of the greatest universities, some of the greatest two-year colleges, and I think we still have to sort of figure out a way to pour into that. And that can be a tough investment, but it's a necessary investment. And it requires political will because you don't know whether an investment is going to pay off until 25 years later.
Well, I think you're right about the self-loathing. You see that in the reaction to the performance of the sports teams. And immediately there's a lot of, everything is falling apart. You see it, I think, the experience with what's happened, the long, slow recovery of Detroit. There are a lot of skeptics. I think there are a lot fewer skeptics today. And I think, I'm curious whether you see any positive markers in the data that are encouraging.
Yeah, I do, just thinking about the auto industry first, I do think it's important to acknowledge federal policy, in our estimation, has become more supportive for Michigan's auto industry recently. So certainly the tariff policy has become more favorable to domestic auto production. If you look at, what was announced last spring, early in the administration, we were very upfront. We thought that it would reduce domestic auto production. That would hurt Michigan. There have been changes to the tariff policy that we think should actually make the tariffs now a very slight net positive for domestic auto production. I want to say, we still expect the tariffs to add over $3,000 on average to the price of a car. So from an affordability perspective, it's not, it's still not a winner.
The average cost of a car right now is $48,000.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
That's the average cost.
That's right, and we're saying adding $3,000 on top of that.
It's twice what I paid for my first house.
So just to be upfront, listen, economists there are very few things that unite economists like tariffs, that economists, by and large are very skeptical of tariffs. I'm not an exception, but I think it is my duty to call it how we see it, and I do think some of those changes in the longer run should help, mitigate that impact and in fact be a slight boost. The other thing I'll add, there have been changes to the so-called corporate average fuel economy standards, or the CAFE standards. There's no more financial penalties for those. That should boost Michigan. Very, very tasteful. But I just had to put, love that. But we expect the financial penalties for not complying with the CAFE standards have been removed for the time being. That should boost the Detroit 3 share of the market.
So are the tariffs? Were you wrong about the tariffs, or were the tariffs not as bad as advertised? I think it's a combination of the two, isn't it?
It's some of both, and they've changed policy. One of the big changes is they've extended the rebates for parts. That are used in domestic auto production, and that actually makes a big difference in our calculations. So.
Okay, Mary, you live in this world.
Yeah.
If there's one thing you wanted this audience to know about this whole tariff journey that you've been on for a year-ish.
Since 2018.
What would it be?
Tariffs are a tax on U.S. citizens. People don't realize that. Tariffs are not paid by foreign countries. You brought it up. It's an affordability issue. So while tariffs are generally going to help drive investment back into the U.S. and help push that, we cannot make everything here in the United States. We don't have the supply chains. To bring those supply chains back, people don't understand. An average vehicle has 30,000 components on it. Think about that, how many suppliers there are. The tariffs, while in the short term will definitely drive investment, in the long term it is going to drive up the cost of vehicles, and it is going to make us uncompetitive with the rest of the world. Plain and simple. Short-term gain for the automotive industry. CAFE standards, you talked about that. This is great in the short term, but now there's no investments being made. We're going to be behind the 8 ball when it comes to EV with the rest of the world. So there is some short-term gain, but what we're giving up in the long term, which is the future of the automotive industry and the future of the U.S. automotive industry.
GM CEO Mary Barra last night did a press avail thing at the APA, and she talked about the difference between tariffs and the other policy changes, and said that the other policy changes, the policy whiplash that they've had to deal with CAFE, emissions, a whole host of things, was far more taxing on their organization than dealing with tariffs. Yeah. They had to deal with them. But let's talk for a second about the policy whiplash that we've seen from one administration to the next. I mean, you've done a 180 on EVs, done a 180 on government-supported incentives. There's a whole long list, and the tariffs is a part of that list as well. But how difficult is it to manage the business when you're having government policy, big things being done, just handed to you, say this is the new normal?
Yeah, it's impossible. Businesses...
Impossible?
Businesses don't like uncertainty. So it delays CapEx. It delays any kind of investments. It's just delay. And it puts you in a position where you're scared to act because you just don't know what's going to change next, or if this policy with the next administration is going to flip-flop. So your investment that you're making that is going to be profitable with this policy, next thing you know, 3-4 years down the road,
well,
it's a bad choice.
I think you've written about this. Doesn't this raise the question about your ability to be competitive? I mean, one of my concerns is that we are going to retreat into what I call Fortress Midwest here. We're going to build trucks and SUVs, and the rest of the world where, a lot of the growth is anybody ever noticed that it's 15.6 units a year, it's 16 units a year, it's 15.8 units a year? So it doesn't sound like a lot of growth to me.
15.2, I think, was the final numbers for 2025.
But you get my point,
not to get too exact,
right?
but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, and so we're closing ourselves off potentially from growth from a lot of growing markets around the world.
I like to say that we're going to be sitting in our own little sandbox with our own toys saying, no, don't touch, it's my sandbox, I'm going to play in here. But the sand is going to start flying out.
But that's not a good long-term position to take.
Sorry, one more final point on that. One of the biggest threats, especially for automotive, that we have is the rate at which China is basically eating our lunch when it comes to the automotive industry. The way that they are technology forward and just moving at a pace that we absolutely can't keep up with because their policy supports that, and our policies are holding us back, trying to keep us in the dark ages.
So how does this part of the long movie end?
I don't know. I'll hopefully be retired by then.
Look, I have to defer to Mary because she's living it every day, but I think you will have great business leaders like Mary who can tell you her own story, where they, amid this challenging environment, they found a way to create entirely new business unit that was incredibly profitable, that they're now marketing. I'm a relentless optimist. I'm a black American. You can't be a black American and not be anything but relentlessly optimistic. My father, who is far brighter than me, wouldn't have been sitting here. So I think that we in America have always figured out how to figure it out. And I think a lot of it comes from three things. Political will. We have to give elected officials time to grow and to evolve into their roles. It's not flip-flopping if you change your position based upon new information. That's typically called wisdom.
Yeah,
and
it's hard to sell politically, but I take your point.
But the point is, we get the government, we get the policy that we elect. So we have a responsibility to behave differently if we want a different set of outcomes, I would argue. And I think the other thing is, we can't be afraid of the world. You can't be afraid of competition.
No question.
And I think that's part of it. And I think we have to demand from political leadership at all levels to move away from this scarcity mentality. That has never been who America is. We've always believed we could create an ever-expanding pie. And I think we have to get back to that sensibility.
We're talking about policy consensus when it comes to the auto industry. I think also we see it with economic development in Michigan. I've been covering it since I came back from Europe. I've been covering, three different administrations who've all had dramatically different approaches to economic development. You're quarterbacking the latest approach. It seems to me that we have kind of a lack of consensus on long-term economic development strategies. Is that this partisan kind of back and forth, is that something we're also seeing at the state level, and it has an impact on who you are able to recruit and to invest in the state of Michigan?
I think to a certain extent, but I do think everyone, whether it's been, Governor Granholm or Governor Snyder or Governor Whitmer or even a Governor Engler, have all at some level believed in the importance of investing in talent. I think there's always, and that's been an element. I think there's always been an element of support for small and medium-sized businesses. There's been a support for, trying to bring back places that, commercial places that have been out of and off of tax rolls for years. I think where the consensus has swayed is at what level do we come alongside businesses to de-risk investment in a world in which capital is mobile. Capital is no longer as fixed to a particular location as it once was. And so we have to decide, are we going to base the fact that we have to compete for capital, or are we going to say, well, a certain company is going to give us a hometown discount? And we're not just need to talk about the automotive space. We can talk about life sciences. We can talk about agribusiness. We can talk about fintech. Companies are looking to where they can de-risk long-term CapEx investments. They always have, they always will, and we have to have policies that are responsive to that.
The southern states that you're familiar with, how is the economic development culture different, or where is it different than it has been, which you've learned and started to understand about Michigan?
It's easier.
Easier?
Easier, because I think that there are still places in Michigan. I think most people in this room would say we want to grow economically. And I made the faulty assumption that most Michiganders felt that way. I still believe most Michiganders feel that way. But there are certain places in Michigan that are like, we're good. We don't really want to grow. We've either made our peace with whatever perceptions of their long-term growth or quality of place or whatever. And so you have to present the case as to why growth is a positive thing.
Is that new? Like the Ford Marshall, use that as an example. Is that new in your experience in Michigan or in states? I mean, have you seen that before, where big, major investments, job-creating investments, are opposed just because of where they would be?
I've never seen it before.
And
I talk to my peers elsewhere. They're like, good luck with that, my friend. I think it's, but you're beginning to see a little bit with, I think, a lot of the kerfuffle about data centers. And I think part of the challenge is we are at a point in society where it's very difficult to get aligned on the fact base. You can disagree, but at least get aligned on the fact base. And I think it's increasingly difficult, and we don't allow that alignment on the fact base.
I think that's very true. I want to go back to something you said about China. There was a story in the Wall Street Journal last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, quoting a executive from Geely from China saying that they plan to build a plant in the United States. 0 to 100, what do you think the chances are that that actually happens?
In the high 90s.
And do you think it would happen while President Trump is still in the White House?
That's a tough one. I think he's actually said before, I could be wrong, but as long as they're bringing investments, they're bringing the money, creating the jobs and bringing the investments. That's what he wants to create here. When you look back to when Japanese automakers came into the market, I think that it's just a matter of time. It's inevitable that's going to happen. Now, definitely cars coming across from China. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
No, I don't either.
Right, because of the tariffs and what'll happen there, there'll be enough regulations in place that we won't see that. But opening up our doors to those automakers that are willing to come here and hire American workers and invest in the United States and create jobs and keep that money here, then yes, I think there's a very good possibility of that.
I was somewhat shocked, and I wrote about it at the time. The president came during the campaign, the last campaign, came to Flint and basically said, stop building EVs. The Chinese have won. It's over.
Give up.
Just give up. And it was kind of bracing, but I think it could be indicative. We're about out of time here. Final thoughts?
Final thoughts? I have to go back to what Quentin said. I am cautiously optimistic. Where there's a will, there's a way. I think that, this is another catchphrase where I always like to say, and my team probably hates to hear it, but where there's chaos, there's opportunity. And I think that we in Metro Detroit, we as a state have that ability to take what we have here and build upon it. Automotive, yes, it's an 11 million, we employ 11 million around the nation, but there's that opportunity to pivot, to get into aerospace, to get into humanoid robots, to get into eVTOL. So there's all this opportunity that we have to capitalize on right now. And I really think that Michigan as a whole is poised to do that.
Any final thoughts, Gabe?
Yeah, listen, Michigan is a resilient place. Detroit is a resilient place. We've faced tougher times than this before. We've come out on the other side. As Quentin said, our biggest resource is our people, our best resource. So I think as long as we keep investing in our people, we will come out okay. And I do expect brighter days as we move through the year and into 2027.
Journey said it best, don't stop believing.
There you go. On that note,
Love it.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, these guys did an awesome job as always. I get to ask a couple of audience questions, and then we'll do some fun lightning round questions. And Daniel, you're going to be part of the lightning round too. I don't know if that's
Oh boy.
You,
Okay.
all right,
If you're
first
ready.
one. We always talk about how we need to diversify the economy in the state of Michigan. How reliant are we on auto as opposed to 10, 20, and 30 years ago? Maybe for all of you, but Quentin, maybe start?
Sure. I mean, I think that diversification, we always want to do that, but I think we can diversify within sector as well. We have, I would call the Michigan Four. I mean, we have in addition to the historic Big Three, we have significant presence of Toyota. I think we have to continue to try to add manufacturing capacity to support the R&D presence of the Korean, the Japanese, and German manufacturers. So I think you can diversify within the sector. One of the reasons why we went so aggressively in the semiconductor 100 years. And then we also have to support fintech and insurance tech, things that are happening here in Metro Detroit as well, and look at the adjacent verticals. And I think that is a big part of why we miss, why automotive is so important. It is who it brought to the table here in Michigan, and we have to continue to support that.
Mary, anything to add?
I kind of said it at the last of my final thoughts, diversification. We have got such a strong manufacturing base here in Michigan from the roots of automotive coming up. And I really think that we have an opportunity to capitalize on it. I don't know if any of you were at CES, but I just came back from there last week. And it is absolutely incredible to walk around and see the future, because that's really what it is. I remember going to CES 3-4 years ago, and 3-4 years later, the tech that I saw is now part of our everyday life. So walking around, seeing these eVTOLs, which are the electric vehicles, the flying vehicles, the humanoid robots, my Lord, there were so many of that. I really think that Michigan has this opportunity with our brain power, with our manufacturing base, to lean hard into what is next. What is that next future that we can jump into for manufacturing?
Awesome. Gabe, while you're there, we want to add anything from an economist perspective?
One thing, the auto sector is a less major part of Michigan's economy. Still, an incredibly important part of Michigan's industry. We lost a lot of jobs when you go back to the first decade of the 2000s. We basically couldn't lose that many jobs again. People will ask, well, if we had a repeat of that experience, that would take us to negative. So, in that sense, we have diversified a little bit by subtraction. That sounds, negative. But also, a lot of growth in healthcare. The mortgage industry is a big industry. So, I really do think it's about investing in the talent, and the industries will come.
All right, next one. The current administration has disrupted our relationship with Canada. How has our trade been impacted, and how does it project into 2026? Maybe Gabe, starting with you?
Sure. Mary already touched on the USMCA renegotiation is coming up this year. And, depending how you read it, sometimes it's called a review, sometimes it's called a renegotiation. I think it's going to be a little closer to the renegotiation. And, listen, trade with Canada has helped make Michigan and the United States a richer and more prosperous place. Mm-hmm. An incredibly important ally, incredibly important trade partner. And, we really rely on the integrated North American market in the auto industry especially. And so I think that people are justifiably, nervous about what's in store for that renegotiation.
We export 1/3 of what we produce in the U.S. to Mexico and Canada. 1/3. So ripping up USMCA, which I hope doesn't happen. I hope it's a small renegotiation. But that number, it was crazy. When I was preparing for this, I read that number increased to 1/3 in 2020. From 2020 till now, that's increased 56%. And that was when the new USMCA went into effect. So USMCA has really done a great job in helping us with our trading partners with Mexico and Canada. And they're an important relationship that we really need to continue to nurture.
Agree. Quentin, anything?
I was just saying, in addition to the trade partnership, I think it's just the fact that you talk to our friends in northern Michigan and in UP, Canadians are not coming to visit. They're not spending dollars here. And I think that we sometimes have to get out of the transactional into the relational. I mean, they've tended to be our best friends, and we have to get back to understanding that things aren't just about getting a deal done, but it's about the long term.
Thank you. Question here about kind of touching on education, and I think it was touched on a little bit earlier, but Chicago has 325,000 young professionals with a college degree. Detroit has 25,000. So talk about keeping and recruiting this group and retaining, and just education in general, the importance. Maybe whoever wants to take that first.
Yeah, I think we should probably do it per capita too. I think the numbers are not going to be as dramatically if you did it on a per capita basis. But I think the reality of it is we have to ask ourselves, what are we saying to our young people? If we're complaining about the weather here, or we're complaining that the Lions still went 9-8 but didn't make the playoffs, and the Bears are better and everything, our young people are listening to us. And if we don't speak as if there is a future here in Michigan, or we're only stuck here and we would go to Chicago tomorrow, well, then of course they're going to go. Now, I think that we have to continue to support our great institutions of higher education here in Metro Detroit and in Michigan more broadly. I think Wayne State is one of the most underrated institutions, UD Mercy. I mean, there are some great schools here that we need to begin to figure out ways, and I know we have. The DEC has been a part of that by bringing young people to events like this. We have to figure out how to invest and show that we care, because if we don't show young people that they're going to care, they're going to go where they get the love, and they perceive the love to be elsewhere when actually I think there's a lot of love for them here.
I like that you had the Wayne State hat on when you made the Wayne State comment, so perfect. Others, any comments on education, the importance? We hear about it a ton from the chamber as well, so any thoughts?
Yeah, I think from, looking at an industry standpoint, I think it's very important that that business does its part in helping with that education. I sit on the board for Mish Auto, and I know that we're working very hard to start at a young age and get students involved and show them the opportunities, not just in the automotive industry, but all the opportunities that Michigan really has to offer. And I'm not just talking higher education, right? We need skilled labor as well. So I think that we're falling behind in that. We really need to look at education as a whole. For so long, we pushed that college path, and now we're really struggling with that skilled labor. So I think that there's a big gap that we need to address still.
I'll just add from the perspective of being at the university, I think sometimes the University of Michigan in particular gets a little bit of a bad rap as, students come and then they leave Michigan. And the state of Michigan actually does better, I think, than a lot of people realize in terms of keeping college grads here in the state. Obviously, we do have people who, go to Chicago, go to the coasts. A lot of those people anecdotally come back. It's hard to track that officially in the data. But I think it was Richard Florida did some statistics, and I think he spoke about them at the Detroit Economic Club. The state of Michigan actually does a pretty good job of keeping college grads in state. And I think that there's a little bit of a misperception about that in terms of how much does the university system contribute. It's one of the greatest strengths we have here in Michigan is we've got fantastic public universities, and it's really something that I think we should be supporting going forward. So.
All right, this one I'm going to come to Gabe for kind of two questions combined. One is, are you concerned with an AI bubble in the stock market? And then your thoughts on a recession in 2026.
Sure. Just a recession first, it's always a risk. We are forecasting about 2.4% real GDP growth, so we are not forecasting a recession this year, actually growth picking up a little bit with the tax cuts. That will help to stimulate the economy in the short run. Listen, I used to forecast stock prices. When I was at the Congressional Budget Office, I had to be the guy writing in a number for stock prices. And I always used to say, listen, if I could forecast stock prices, I would be on Wall Street, right? So I wouldn't be doing the job I'm doing now. So I'm always skeptical when people start talking bubble. At the same time, obviously, it's very frothy valuations. If that does come down, I think that it's a real risk for the economy. So I'd call it a risk.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to go kind of finish with the usual lightning round, which is a lot of fun here. So I'll start with maybe just going down the road. Daniel, you included. Your best sport growing up and today, Quentin?
Best sport growing up, baseball. Best sport today, sitting on my couch.
Best sport growing up, soccer. Best sport today, climbing.
Best sport growing up, hand-to-hand combat. I was in martial arts, and I was an amateur boxer, and best sport today is still boxing. I enjoy it.
And I've seen her.
Yes, we see each other at the gym in the mornings.
The gym. Football when I was young, and sea kayaking, and now.
Like good answers. All right, we'll start maybe down there and then come back this way. A karaoke song that you can nail.
Oh my God! I have no
you can pass to
idea.
Mary, she's going to have one.
I have no idea. What do you?
All right, let's see. So on a day-to-day basis, I can barely remember my kids' names, but for some reason, when this song comes on, I sing every word, and it's Paul Revere by Beastie Boys. Every word.
I don't even know the song.
That's a little story. Sorry.
I'm always sheepish when I say this, but Girl, You'll Be a Woman Soon by Neil Diamond.
Oh, love it.
Oh, my Lord.
Quentin, round us out.
Prince, Purple Rain.
Oh, there you go.
All right, those are good. We'll finish with the usual last question, which is advice to your 25-year-old self. Quentin?
Take risks. Take calculated risks. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing by the time they're 28. And at the end of the day, it's not whether you make 30 under 30. It's rather you have been at peace once you're over 50.
If you find a job you love, you'll never work a day in your life, and that means you've got to try a lot of different things and find that thing that you really love.
For me, it would be what other people think of you is none of your business. So believe in you and don't worry about what others think.
That's a good one. Do what you love and take care of yourself.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fantastic job. Quentin, Mary, Gabe, you crushed it. You're welcome back here anytime. Quentin, another strong hat game.
I love it.
Can't wait to see what you bring next year. Daniel, David, Rick, thanks for your important roles and just your support of the club. So, ladies and gentlemen, so please listen to some really important instructions. It's a little unusual today, but we got to do what we got to do. We do invite you to a strolling lunch in the ballroom. You can't go through registration because that's where the mags are. You've got to go in that first room, right? You'll be escorted right through the first room into the ballroom, number one. If you have a ticket and a red wristband, because that means you have a ticket for the President Trump event at 2 o'clock, you still have to exit the room. You'll have to then re-enter the soundboard once doors open. We're shooting for an approximately 1:15 reopen. So that does give you some time to grab something quick in the ballroom, get back in line. It is open seating for that event. And one other huge favor, we're about to set a Guinness World Book of Records for the fastest soundboard exit. We've got to clear the room, everybody at 1:05. It is now 12:59. So we're going to set that record. So I'm going to finish like I usually do, on time, every time. This meeting of the Detroit Economic Club is now adjourned. Thank you. Set the record. Go.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, this is great.
You can see that. Thank you, everybody. So we're like auto workers today. Thank you, everybody.
Just expanded the plant and went to 24 hours and 24-hour shifts. And Jim Farley, you know, everybody knows Jimmy's a legend in the industry. But they're just saying their business is better than ever. They're doing 24 hours, Jim, now,
6 days a
round
week.
the clock. And they do expansions, and they're building more plants in the United States because of tariffs. And Jim said, and Bill very strongly confirmed, they've never seen anything like it. In all of the years that they've been in business, they've never seen what's happening now like it. So it's a great honor. But so this plant, you might talk about it. This plant goes 24 hours around the clock. Before it used to go 3 hours around the clock.
No, it will. So we're adding a third shift, and it's going to be running, as the president said, 24 hours, 6 days a week. And that just shows the demand there is for this product, which is the best-selling product, as you all know, in America, and it just gets hotter and hotter. So we have a great relationship with the president and his whole staff. They've been great to work with for us.
he personally is incredibly responsive every time we need something or call. We very much appreciate it, and you know, we couldn't be more excited. We're adding market share. We're growing as a company. We're adding jobs, not just here but elsewhere. Yeah, times are good for us.
And all of the U.S. automakers now are doing great, and before they were having a really hard time. You couldn't. The environmentalists would not have let them survive.
So, Mr. President, when you renegotiate USMCA, how is that going to help auto workers like Ford?
I don't even think about USMCA. I mean, you know, I want to see Canada and Mexico do well, but the problem is we don't need their product. You know, we don't need cars made in Canada. We don't need cars made in Mexico. We want to make them here. And that's what's happening. Everybody's moving here. From Canada, they're coming here. From Mexico, from Japan, from Germany, from all over the world, they're coming here. They're opening up their plants. Bill is lucky because he's had a lot here, but when he doesn't have it here, he's moving here. They're doing big expansions for it. But they're all doing great. The car industry is exciting, and to be honest with you, Bill, every industry is exciting.
Yeah.
Just like this.
Well, we need to rebuild our industrial base, and that's been a priority of yours.
And we're adding a combustion vehicle, a combustion truck, affordable one in Tennessee to the president's note. That's what these policies are doing for Ford. We're going to actually expand one of our existing plants and make a different kind of truck there.
The tariffs?
Yeah. Yes, and the EPA, the relief of the
tariffs and the relief I gave them from the most ridiculous standards. We had put 3 computers on a car in order to save about this much gasoline from a glass. It was crazy, but very proud of them. And Ford has really been a leader. They've done a great job. But all of them. General Motors is doing really well. Stellantis is doing really well. We're really happy about it. I just wanted to build their product in the USA.
You don't think you're going to renegotiate USMCA?
Well, I can. It expires very shortly.
Yeah.
And we could have it or not. It wouldn't matter to me. I think they want it. I don't really care about it.
So it might go away. So you're talking about getting rid of USMCA.
No real advantage to us. It's irrelevant to me. Canada would love it. Canada wants it. They need it. Because we don't need Canada product. That's the thing. You know, I want to be a nice person, but we don't need... I want to build the cars here, not in Canada. We used to build cars in Canada. Now, the Canada cars, the Canadians are moving here to build cars. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with Japan. Japan's paid us billions and billions of dollars for the privilege of making cars here and selling cars.
What about the raw materials?
Auto manufacturing.
The quality is unbelievable. So we're at a Ford 150 plant, and I don't know that much about cars, but I know how to get people working. And all I can tell you is that people talk so much about the 150, and it has been for a long time. They make a great product, a quality product, better than anybody else can make in Europe or in any other location. Look, the Ford 150 has done well for a long time because they make a great product.
Do you ever allow Chinese autos into the U.S.?
Well, as you know, we have a tariff on Chinese autos. And in Europe, China's taking over the auto business, I would say, is a nice statement, but that's the way it is. And here, what is it, 100%? We have 100% tariff on any car coming in from China. So that makes them able to do very nicely against China.
Mr. President, what
right?
about the...
Pretty good, right? Who would have thought that was going to happen, right?
What about the raw
Everybody
materials?
said that the cars are dead in the United States. If you go back 4 years ago into the middle of the Biden administration, everybody was closing up their plants. Now we have more plants being built in our country than at any time in history. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's the election, November 5th, and it's other things, but it's also, I think, maybe the biggest part, the election, because I'm the tariff person. And everybody now admits that I was right on tariffs. And I hope that we win the Supreme Court case.
Mr. President, what about the raw materials coming in from countries like Canada? How do these companies deal with the fact that those...
Well, we get it, but we have a lot of our own raw materials. And, you know, the word raw and rare are a little bit of a misnomer. They're not very rare. You have a lot of places that want to sell us material. And we get it from a lot of different countries, and we have a lot of rare earth and raw materials.
Senator Tom Tiller says that the subpoena, the grand jury subpoena to the Federal Reserve Chairman was a little excessive. What do you think about that?
Well, that's why Tom's not going to be a senator any longer, I guess, right?
Well, what do you think?
But I like Tom Tiller. He's a nice guy. But look, he's not going to be a senator any longer because of views like that. We have a bad Fed chairman. He's bad in a lot of different ways, but he's bad because his interest rates were too high. And today we had a great inflation report, and today we had a really great growth report. So we have great growth and low inflation, and we're doing very well.
Do you think there's going to be a rate cut, though? With the inflation
I don't know. With this guy, you don't know. He's got some problems. But what he also did, he's renovating a small building. It's the most expensive construction job in history, and it's only a renovation. I could have done that job for $25 million. They're spending billions and billions of dollars. He either doesn't know what he's doing, or it's worse than that. And you know what I mean by what. So hopefully he'll be out of there soon.
Does it impact your timing on being in the Fed chair?
No.
When do you expect to do that now?
I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks.
Of the big three, Ford makes most of its products right here in the United
80%.
States. 80%.
That's a big advantage for Ford.
Is that the reason that you came here?
No, I came here because we're friends, three of us, because I have helped the company a lot. As an example, trucks. I put a 25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot.
In your first
It's too many, whatever.
oil average around $53 a barrel. Is that the target for you for this term?
I'd love to see that, yeah. We're at 68. We're at 58 now. I'd like to see 53. Thank you very much. I would say they could. It's not a bad idea. I think they should get out.
Mr. President, this is the basketball game. How are you doing, Mr. Jones?
Because to get to the components they're working on, you have to be tall to be able to reach in the back of the vehicle and to be able to reach down.
And building artificial doesn't help you much.
No.
You're flooded.
So you want it? Yeah, absolutely.
So he couldn't do it.
I can't do it. No. We could find something to help him out.
We'll help him out.
Yeah, we got something down there for him.
Go
How
ahead.
you doing?
Good
Nice
to
meet
see you.
Yeah,
you too. Thank you.
You got any questions about this area, sir? I'd be happy to answer.
I think it's a great product. What a great thing to do. It's really an amazing.
So I don't know if you know this. This is kind of cool. Time Magazine. I don't know if you saw this. They, for our 250th as a nation, interviewed 10,000 people and said, "What is the most iconic American company?" McDonald's, Disney, number one, Ford. Number one just came out. We were named by not the editors of Time, but the 10,000.
He's got a lot of love for this whole thing. I see.
We all do.
And he really does. He calls me all the time. Can we get rid of this environmental piece of garbage?
No, he's been great.
He's been stuff that just on a common sense basis. I don't know that much.
Well, you know a lot.
They would tell me about something. I'd say, that's no good. That's no good.
Yeah.
But we brought trucks back now. Do you do trucks in this factory or a different factory?
Well, we do the F-150 here, and then
But those are the
heavy-
mid-size
the
and
bigger
big
ones.
When you do the big ones?
Well, we do them in Louisville.
Are they very big ones or big?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, they're-
big one, all the way to 650.
Yeah, they're not.
250
they're-
to 650.
You saw an F-450 at
I
Mar-a-Lago
thought it was
with your face on
The
it,
double
right?
wheel.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
have a special
We have a
one with
special
the American
something
flag
for
for
you.
you that we've been working on. You're going to love it.
Is it here?
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
to see it.
The team's been working on it.
Thank you.
I love
Thank
it.
you
I
so
came
much.
out
It's
of
a
the
pleasure.
course.
and a rich
Thank you
member
again,
had it.
sir.
Yeah. And I saw the 150, I saw the 250. 250 is good.
Yeah.
But the 150 still does better. Than
Yeah, because it's more affordable. You can drive it easier. It does most
But
of
the
what.
450 is unbelievable.
Well, that's a work truck.
We're
That
actually quoting for the Defense Department to bring down the cost of the troop carrier from the primes,
Let me know, and
like
I'll help you.
$250,000.
I'll help you with it.
With the
I think
Super
you've got
Duke.
an interview.
Let's go do it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Would you please take your seats? Thank you. I'm Steve Gregorian, President and CEO of the Detroit Economic Club. Wow, what an exciting day for the DEC, and what a special time in Detroit. You are all part of DEC history. It's the first time in 92 years we've done back-to-back events with 1 hour in between. So that's quite an accomplishment for the DEC. And what about Detroit? The auto show opens this week, and it is amazing. I had a chance to go through that. The Pistons and the Red Wings, we're in first place, everybody. Michigan, Michigan State hoops and hockey, they're red hot. And oh my goodness, the sun came out for 2 minutes yesterday. We're really on a roll. So that's great stuff. All right, 92 years of incredible speakers, and that tradition continues today. A very special welcome to our DEC members. As we get started, please kindly silence your cell phones so we do not disturb today's program. And if you've been with us before, you know we always get started with a Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand and join me as we honor our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag Thank you. Please be seated. All right, a couple of thank yous to WJR, who's doing their focus show live from today's meeting. Thanks to WDIV, Detroit PBS, and Lawrence Tech for live streaming. And most importantly, thank you to my DEC Dream Team. There's just 4 of us who've crushed it the last few days getting ready for both of these events. Give my team a round of applause. I always want to take a moment to thank our corporate sponsors and partners. Make no mistake, we could not do the things that we do like this without their tremendous support. So thank you to those sponsors and partners. If you'd like to be one, we'd love to talk with you afterwards. Since 1960, the DEC has hosted 12 U.S. presidents. Every president, except one, starting with Richard Nixon, and tons of candidates as well. So for the presidents, that's Nixon, Kennedy, Johnson, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 41, Clinton, Bush 43, Obama, and President Trump. And today we're pleased to host President Trump for his 3rd visit to the DEC. I don't think there's another club in the United States that's got that record with presidents. Thank you. All right, that's it for me. Thanks for your support, and President Trump will join us shortly. I would ask you kindly to use professional decorum to give our guest a very polite audience like we always do, so we can get people like the President and his cabinet come back at other times. Thanks. Enjoy the show.
You're always on the run now, running after somebody. love you so. Baby, you did me wrong. Well, you done me wrong. So you done me wrong. Well, oh yeah, took my love, now you're gone. Please, 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 honey, please, love, well, oh yeah, love, I love you so. I just wanna hear you say honey, please, don't, oh yeah, well, I love you so. Baby, take my hand. I wanna be your lover man. Oh yeah, good God Almighty. Honey, please, no. Well, oh yeah, well, I love you so. Please don't go. Please don't go. Honey, please don't go. Girl, I love you so. Please, please. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because our love is too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds. So if an old friend I know stops by to say hello, would I still see suspicion in your eyes? Here we go again, asking where I've been. You can't see the tears are real, I'm crying. We can't go on together with suspicious minds, and we can build our dreams on suspicious minds. Won't let our love survive, or dry the tears from your eyes. Let's don't let a good thing die. But honey, you know I have never lied to you. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out because our love is too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me when you don't believe a word I say? Don't you see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder. By power throughout the universe displayed. When Christ shall come with shout of acclamation and take me home, what joy shall fill my heart. Then I shall bow in humble adoration, and there proclaim, my God, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What a place. I've been here before. We spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we're going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. You've become more of that since I've been in, a lot more. Factories and plants were going to close, and now they're going 24 hours. I just left Bill Ford. He's running his plant, 150 plant, 24 hours a day, round the clock. It wasn't running that way two years ago, I can tell you. But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry, is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine, over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian. Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Hi, Steve. Nice looking man. Nice looking guy. And board chair Sandy Pierce. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you very much. And we have some very special people here. We have a man who's doing a fantastic job. I get angry at him every once in a while, but very, very seldom, because he's got what it takes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott? Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. What a good guy. He's got a good pulse, doesn't he? Good pulse of what's going on. Thank you, Scott. He's been great. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt. Hi, Matt. We did good in Michigan, Matt. We won the whole thing in Michigan, didn't we, huh? 3 times we won. You know that, right? They didn't give us credit the second time, but we won the second time. But we made the last one, Matt, too big to rig, right? That's what you got. That's the only way you win races in many cases. I got to tell you, it's too bad. I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? How can you even campaign? We are against voter ID. How do you not get voter ID? You know what it means, Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. That's all. There's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. They're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Look good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad. Jim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was, and I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. Don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. It's to be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Tim. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Wahlberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of the state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of... Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times, too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they'd always say, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back, we're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. By a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think. Every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why we do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all red. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 505, 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela, I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack where we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, when we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single, inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was said to me by many leaders. By almost every metric, we have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it was very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers. Based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers, because, you know, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good.
So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, a disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids, and we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil, and now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it, the biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation, almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay, right? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it. I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting to. The fakers were projecting to. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns, and I'd say, I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No. When the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed, and I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's, no matter who, if it's beyond me as president, it's no matter who's president. You have a good quarter, and they want to kill it because they're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly. It's sickening. We announce good numbers and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Do you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on Earth. We're the #1 economy on Earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's really begun almost from the beginning. It almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history, and now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters, and now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have people leave. You would have not had $1 trillion. You would have had $5 trillion, $10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife." My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time I said, don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years. But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. It was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt and some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Koch. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers. Gives them a lot of money, but he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. And now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves. They picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just say, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for that. Most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. Makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they're paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before, and they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. Countries get involved. They pay them because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong, and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. If you had the other person, everybody, we wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The economic club would be saying, like, man, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough, the chairman. This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately. The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric, foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China. Would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great. But we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that. 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%, and that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year. And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember, they said I didn't come here. Then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology. But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent, I will tell you that, for years and years. Even as a private businessman, for years I used to, because I get, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the importance. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my 5th favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, you know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? When you think? Remember the speeches Joe would make? First of all, they'd last a matter of seconds, you know. Thank you very much. You ever notice Joe would always cough before a speech? State of the Union, he gets, ladies and gentlemen. And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good, remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating, he was up there way up. That was a bad speech. But, hey, he got through it, you know, he got through it. If you call it getting through, this country was so, can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals, many of them murderers? What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. You know, those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build a plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, I mean, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking about. What happens? Where's Brian? Brian, oh, I see. He made some cash. He's out to Florida. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're going to have to. He is such a great guy, right? Man, that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy, he got it. 4 years ago, he got it, right at the beginning. He understood it better than anybody, better than the great economists. They had no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. I mean, you're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just spoke to an AI guy, and that's booming too. You know, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, you know, the amount of electricity they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States for every other business, home, factory. They need double. So I said, we can't do that. And then I had the idea. When they build these $50 billion plants, I'm going to let them build, and they're already building big electric plants to take care of their plant. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back to our country. It's an unbelievable, and therefore, we're going to build, I think if they really added, you know, you hear how much, and I have great respect for China, but you hear they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electric. They're becoming their own electricity producer. And when they heard this idea, they thought it was great, but they didn't take it seriously because they said it's too good to be true. But then they realized that I was serious. They were getting them 2- and 3-week approvals. They don't have to wait for 20 years before they get rejected. You know, in the old days, they had to wait for 20 years, and then they get rejected at the end of 20 years. Guys would give up their whole career trying to get one approval, and then they get rejected. In every aspect of our agenda, we're putting America first, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing's going to stand in our way. Nothing. So one of our top priorities in this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that cause the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. I don't know. It's a genetic thing. It's something in the blood. We got some real losers. Mostly great. But I wouldn't use the name Romney because I'm in his sort of territory. So I would never use that name. But, all right, I'll use it. They don't have a Mitt Romney that votes against everything. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was a stone-cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. He won. Then I went the second time. He won. And he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it. Then you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins. Disasters. And you had a gentleman from Indiana that I don't believe it, Todd Young, he voted against. And you'd say, why are you voting against? They can't give you an answer. They're unable to give you an answer. It's like, why are they against the attack on Venezuela? They're against the attack after they found out it was the most successful attack, probably the most talented, most brilliant tactically attack that we've had maybe in 100 years. And they're against it. Why? It's one thing if the attack failed. I'd probably do that too, a change. I'd be in favor. Then if it failed, I'd say, I told them not to do it. That's what they did. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever. And they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame. And we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy. Because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they're bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You could be a genius, try selling transgender for everybody, open borders, let the world come in, let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person. But they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking to all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6". He weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump on him that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they'd put on stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They've fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you can go to sleep during the time the man comes in and the woman. You can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long-distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and sleep for a while. Who the hell wants that? It's so demeaning to women and who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them, and it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, could you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing in women's sports? They'd think you're crazy. Or transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation on children, that's one of my standard lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that? 15 years ago, people would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers, over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well with taking in so much money with the tariffs, I just gave them $1,776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, you know, if you had $1 more at $1,776, they said, that was a good idea. We could afford $1 more. We gave them $1,776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy is trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's $1.95, $1.99, $1.97. As we speak, these are gas stations, and think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy. We're going to have a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, you know, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? Got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible. And save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. What would have happened to us? I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, what would have happened to us? In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. They never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. They say they caused it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake. And they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else down. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down. And it's coming down much faster than anybody can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because here normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. 2 beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. To provide further relief to hardworking Americans, we'll also be confronting one of the biggest factors in driving up prices, the monstrosity known as the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is, right? It's Obamacare. It's a great name, Unaffordable Care Act. Did anybody ever think of that one before? It's true. It's the Unaffordable Care Act. Obamacare was a gift to make health insurance companies rich at the expense of the American people. In particular, the so-called enhanced premium tax credits were a corrupt payoff to the insurers whose stock prices went up more than 1,000% after Obamacare was signed. I want the same money I want it to go directly, very simple. I want the money, those big amounts of money paid for by the government, to go directly to the people so they can buy the health care that's right for them. They can negotiate their own deal, health care savings account, but they'll buy their own health care. And everybody loves it. That's why later this week, I'll announce our health care affordability framework that will reduce premiums for millions of lower drug prices, delivering price transparency and demand honesty and accountability from insurance companies all over the country, all over the world, actually. Healthcare costs will come down very fast with my most favored nation executive order. We're doing most favored nation drug prices. When we would have drug prices stay the same, everybody thought it was great. They're going to be coming down thousands of percents. We're standing up to special interests and slashing prescription drug prices by 300, 400, 500, and even 600% and more. I mean, think of that. On that alone, we should win the midterms in a landslide. We're doing favored nations. The country that pays the lowest price in the world is the price that we're going to pay. And we got that because of tariffs, because I said to the countries they wouldn't approve it. The drug companies were tough, but they were fine. But they said the countries will never do it because you have a pill that sells for $10, you have to sell it for 20 or 30, so you'd have to double or triple the price of their health care there for prescription drugs. Ours would come down from $130 to $20. Theirs would go from 10 to 20, the world being a bigger place. And it was unbelievable, but the countries wouldn't do it, so I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, then I'm going to put a tariff on you. And the tariff's going to be 20 times more than the cost that you're having to pay for fair health care. And every one of them said, sir, we agree with you 100%. We would be honored to do it. It was really rather amazing. We could never do it. So think of that. You have most favored drug prices. Your drug prices are going to go down like from $100 to $10. Nobody can believe it. To $10. Nobody can believe it. And we can't get the fake news to write about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in medicine. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare. And I cannot get the New York Times, I cannot get anybody to write about it. When we got it done and we announced it, it was on a page way in the back of the New York Times. Same with others. They don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it's so good. It's the biggest thing to happen. Over the past 12 months, almost every promise I made to you right here in 2024 has been kept. I've kept all my promises and much more. I mean, I've given you much more than I gave you promises, and I produced much more than I said I was going to produce. I gave you the largest tax cuts in American history, cutting taxes across the board in the great, big, beautiful bill. And as I told you, I mean, who would have gotten you no tax on tips, as I said before, no tax, I say it over and over again, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. Any senior should be voting for us because the Democrats won't do this. It doesn't work for them. And we also made interest on car loans fully tax deductible so that when you go out and buy a car, if you have a mortgage or you get a loan on a car, you're allowed to deduct interest for the first time ever. That's never happened before. But only for cars that are stamped with the beautiful words, made in the USA. In other words, we're only letting that take place if the car is made like in Detroit or in the USA. Our tax cuts also provided 100% bonus depreciation on all new equipment and capital investments, meaning that for any manufacturer looking to bring production back to America, you can write it all off, everything. Not in 38 years, not in 44 years, in 1 year. You write the whole thing off in 1 year. That's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest thing. That's the big job producer. And I've cut an unprecedented number of burdensome regulations. We're number one in the history of our country in cutting regulations. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. So if we put on a regulation, the only way I'll allow it to happen is if the secretary, like Scott Bessent, cuts 10 old regulations. But instead, last year we actually cut 129 regulations for every one that we put in. Think of that. So nobody's ever cut regulations like I have. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate and ended the war on internal combustion engines once and for all. Those engines were gone. And some people like them. And if they like them, great. And if they like electric, if they like any form of propulsion, any way you want to propel your car is okay, except for a couple of them, as I discussed. I permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. You know what the CAFE standards are? They're standards that make it impossible for you to build a car affordably. They make it impossible for a car to really work right. The CAFE standards sound so nice. The CAFE standards, it's environmental standards that are impossible to meet. And we're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standard, one of the worst ever. And I revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating automobiles all over our nation, all over our world. Boy, I have done so much for the car industry. It's crazy. Nobody thought it was possible to do this. And that's why your industry, and not everybody's in the car industry. How many people are in the car industry in this room, in one way or another? That's a lot, relatively. It's not bad. Another urgent priority for bringing down the cost of living is to stop the colossal fraud that is bleeding American taxpayers absolutely dry. The fraud being committed by the Somali population in Minnesota. Have you heard of them? They're lovely people. Is monumental. And California, Illinois, New York, and others are just as bad. Our country has been losing over $500 billion to fraud every single year, but those days are over. We have the best group you've ever seen assembled going after fraud. In Minnesota, we're cracking down on the Somali scams, ending the brazen and shameless theft of taxpayer dollars. Well, it's going on in Maine, too, with Somalis. You know, and they don't take our ships anymore. You know why? We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with the boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? 97%. And we're trying we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done. By sea, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those that have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers. But you can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats. Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags that you see cellophane with white, typically, it's not fishing. How about the couple of submarines we took down? We took out 2 submarines, and the Democrats say they were fishing. No, they were submarines. They were actually, they build a very fast, it's a drug-carrying submarine. They have a lot of money. And we took them out, and the Democrats claimed that they were fishing. We shouldn't ruin people's beautiful fishing journey. It's unbelievable what we have to go through. It's really a shame, actually. We frozen all children's payments to those states that we're talking about, and we will now require proof of attendance in order to receive federal funding for child care or any of that. How about all these child care places in Minnesota where there is no children? They go there, they get paid millions and millions of dollars. The biggest operation in all of Minnesota had no children. And we pay millions of dollars. They're scammers. They're scammers. They always will be. And we're getting them out, and we're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay Minnesota. Right, Scott? We're not paying Minnesota any more money for that, any of that crap. It's a big scam. It's a giant scam run by an incompetent, crooked governor. He's an incompetent, crooked guy. And also, we're freezing any and all welfare payments going to illegal immigrants that will start effective immediately. So when illegals come into California, Gavin Newsom, they come into California, and they send us bills for people coming in. We're not paying it. So we're working on that very strongly. Just don't pay it. As Nancy Reagan would say, just say no. You remember Nancy Reagan? Just say no to drugs. It's a little more difficult than that, I guess, right? But just say no. Additionally, from this moment forward, if you're on public assistance like almost all Somalis are, did you see where 94% of them are on public assistance? You can't wire money out of the country back to your bank account from where you came. But more importantly, we probably aren't even going to give them the money anymore, the money going to them, because of the tremendous abuse and probably illegality being perpetrated on our country. We're not going to give them the money. We're not giving them the money. It's massive numbers of people are scamming our country. You know, they came from a place with nothing, and they come here and they drive around in Mercedes-Benz. You know, the Mercedes-Benz dealers do well in that area of Minnesota. Can you believe it? They have nothing. They get welfare payments, and they have Mercedes-Benzes. It angers me so much, but we're going to straighten out our country. This was done under Biden and Obama. very much under Obama. It all started under Obama. And we just can't. We've got a great country. We're not going to screw it up. But this was one of the great scams ever. They have the same thing, Somali in Maine. Who would think? I never saw that happening. But in Maine, it's really crooked as hell, too. But it's not just Somali. It is them, but it's not just. There are many other places, many other people. The whole country, if we stop this fraud, this massive fraud, we're going to have a balanced budget. That's how much money you're talking. We'll have a balanced budget without all the growth I'm talking about. And then you add the growth, we got one hell of a country. We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it? No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities. We have also suspended nearly 8,000 SBA loans, Small Business Association loans, to suspected scammers in Minnesota, of which there are many. It's a great state. It was a great state. Now it's getting destroyed by that stupid governor. What a stupid guy he is. But he's a crook. I mean, he's an incompetent guy, but he's a crook. He allowed this to go. You can't have corruption on a scale that nobody's ever seen before, and you're sitting as a governor and you don't know what's going on. It's impossible, even though he's a stupid guy. We're investigating large-scale visa fraud, and the Department of Justice has already charged nearly 100 people in criminal conspiracies in Minnesota. They're all over the place. Last week, we announced that I'm creating a brand-new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. Think of that Ilan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have police. They don't have anything. All they have is murder and robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile, ping. That's the end of them. It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, you know. The same one, exactly the same one. But think of it. She comes from a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's a total scam artist. Anybody knows it. How do you let her get away with it? AOC +3. She was one of the three. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers, wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it so impossible for you. And you wonder why. Why would they do that? You know, do they want to live with murderers? Do they want to live with these people that are emptied out from prisons? They have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua was the gang, one of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world, they say. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're getting them out. We're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. And they know it, too. And one of the reasons they're doing these fake riots, I mean, they're just terrible. I mean, you see it's so fake. Shame, shame, shame. You see the woman, that's all practice. They go practice. They go to areas, they take hotel rooms, and they all practice together. It's a whole scam. We're finding out who's funding all this stuff, too. We pretty much know. But in conclusion, as we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Together we have turned the page forever on the failed left-wing model that makes our America poor, desolate, and makes people feel sorry for us. That's what we had. We had a country where our leader was laughed at and our country was scorned. We had a country that was laughed at. They laughed at us. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. They thought we were fools. They thought we were stupid people. Now we're seeing that they're not the smart ones. We are. But we have a great America, and we're going to enrich it. And foreign nations, foreign migrants, criminal fraudsters, and corrupt politicians are not going to play a role anymore. They're going to be in jail. Under the Trump administration, we're reclaiming America's dignity, rebuilding America's wealth, and we're putting the productive, hardworking American citizen at the center of every single thing that we do. They were the ones that built America, and they will build it up again, and that's what they're doing at levels nobody thought was possible. So today, after less than 1 year, our border is secure. Remember, they talked about the border, how bad? In 3 weeks, I didn't go to Congress. I said, secure our border. And they did. Remember Biden, he said, I have to get approval from Congress. Had nothing to do with Congress, had to do with respect. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our economy is booming like I think you'll see soon, like never before. Our military is strong and unprecedented. I rebuilt our military in my first term. Our workers are thriving and our auto industry is returning to the country where we all began and where it all began, and frankly, a country that we love. The United States is winning again, and we're rapidly making America and the great state of Michigan greater and more prosperous than ever before. I want to again thank the Detroit Economic Club. You do a fantastic job, so respected. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yourself off the ground, I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything but your mental joy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. And just go to the YMCA. Young man, I was once in your shoes. Uptown girl, she's been living in her uptown world. I bet she never had a backstreet guy. I bet her mother never told her why. I'm gonna try calling her uptown girl. She's been living in her white bread world as long as anyone with hot blood can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. And when she knows what she wants from her time, and when she wakes up and makes up her mind, she'll see I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. You know I've seen her in her uptown world. She's getting tired of her high-class toys and all the presents from her uptown boys. She's got a choice. Uptown girl, you know I can't afford to buy her pearls, but maybe someday when my check comes in, she'll understand what kind of guy I've been, and then I'll win. And when she's walking, she's looking so fine, and when she's talking, she'll say that she's mine. She'll say I'm not so tough just because I'm in love with an uptown girl. She's been living in her white dirty world as long as anyone with hot blood can. And now she's looking for a downtown man. That's what I am. Uptown girl, she's my uptown girl. You know I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown girl. You know I'm in love with an uptown girl. My uptown
I once had a girl, or should I say, she once had me. She showed me her room, isn't it good? Norwegian wood. She asked me to stay and she told me to sit anywhere. So I looked around and I noticed there wasn't a chair. loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. We'd like to know a little bit about your forefathers. We'd like to help you learn to help yourself. Look around you, all you see are sympathetic eyes. Stroll around the grounds until you feel at home. And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than